Lynn's Heritage Angus is a farm that focuses on raising cattle that not only grow, but they grade at harvesting. They connect the dots from conception to plate. They'll invite you to join them on January the 18th, the bull sale, and the third week in August for their annual female sale. You can find them on the World Wide Web at lynsheritageangus.com. You can find them here in the barn on pin 7025, pin 7025. Again, if you're just joining us, this is Class 122 HA, pen of 3 heifers that calved from September 1st of 2022 to December 31st, 2022. This is entry number 3. There'll be a single entry in this class and division. All right, folks, that's completes the Class 122 HA. Again, that makes entry number 3 the automatic winner, and they'll be your automatic division winner. We'll take just a few moments and get set up, and we'll select our champions for the Pen of 3 Heifers, the 2024 Cattlemen's Congress. So we get set here. This will be our champion drive. for the 2024 Cattlemen's Congress pen of 3 heifers. Representing our first division will be entry number 1 from Cunningham Ranch, Amber, Oklahoma. It'll be those junior heifer calves that calved after January 1st of 2023. Average weight on that pen is 1037. Also in contention, the freshly named senior heifer calves. Entry number 3 from Lynn's Heritage Angus of Byers, Oklahoma. The average weight on that pen is 1054. Ladies and gentlemen, while our tabulations are being recorded, we'll hear a word, from our judges.
Okay, well, I drew the short straw. First of all, congrats to everybody who brought these heifers out. And again, we've got all the data, and yet this is a show, and we're looking at the pens of cattle, all inclusive rather than one individual. And so with that, we're gonna go out here and select the champion pen of heifers. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. And our 2024 champion pen of 3 heifers goes to entry number 1, Cunningham Ranch of Amber, Oklahoma. Give them a big round of applause. All right, now moving into contention for our reserve champion pen of 3 heifers is entry number 2, Oklahoma State University. The average weight on that set of heifers is 996. 996. And now we're in contention for our reserve champion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. And your reserve champion pen of 3 heifers for the 2024 Cattlemen's Congress goes to entry number 3, Lynn's Heritage Angus of Byers, Oklahoma. Let's give those guys a big round of applause here. We'll give our exhibitors and judges a moment to get those pictures made, documented, and we'll be back right over here in just a few moments for our Carload show. All right, folks, we're getting the pictures made for our champion and reserve pen of three heifers here. And while we wait, I'll go through kind of our selection process or the procedures, how these classes are placed. So turn your direction here to the screen above. Each judge places the class independently, and they turn their placings in. And for each class, there are two judges and a designated referee, which is designated on a rotating basis. To establish a rotation to be used in the event that the other two judges are not in agreement. The referee's ranking is then used to establish an official placing. And so if you'll turn your attention to the screen, I've got some slides that demonstrate the ranking process. And again, this is for demonstration only. We've got a fictional class, 121A. So we start by establishing first place. We look at Judge A. His highest ranking entry is 13. Judge B's highest ranking entry is 14. So there is no consensus. So we refer to the referee judge for a final placing. The referee judge has 13 over 14. So 13 is first. We move on to second place. Judge A's highest ranking entry is 12. Judge B's highest ranking is 14. Again, we have no consensus, so we move to the referee to establish an official placing. The referee judge has 12 over 14, so entry 12 is second. Moving on to third, Judge A has entry 14 as his highest ranking entry. Judge B also has 14 as the highest ranking. There is a consensus, so 14 is third, with no need to consult the referee's placing. We move on to the final placing. We see that judges A and B agree on the final entry. Again, no need to consult the referee placing, so 15 is fourth. Well, that's the way we judge the classes, the way that we work the final, any division and the final drive there. Guys, give us just a few minutes to get those pictures finished up, and we'll start with our carload of 8 bulls. We've had quite a bit of Angus excitement this week already. But those of you just join us here, there's still quite a bit of excitement to be had. So obviously, we conclude this pen and carload show here this morning at 11 o'clock. We'll have our Angus University in the performance arena at 11:45. Everybody will want to be in attendance for the Angus luncheon in the performance arena. Then at 12:30, we'll move the bulls in for the National Angus Bull Sale, the preview there in the Super Barn Sale Arena, and we'll have that sale at 2 p.m. there in the Super Barn Sale Arena. Then we'll ask everybody to join us this afternoon at 3:45, the Angus Foundation event and Herdsman Social, and that'll be at the Cattlemen's Bar. And then tomorrow at 8 a.m., we'll start with the Super ROV Angus Open Female Show. So a lot of excitement already this week, and yet quite a bit of excitement left to be had. We invite you to join us where you can. Looks like our judges are set here. We'll give just a minute and get those bulls coming in for our carload show. All right, folks, this is Class 13A, the carload of 8 junior bull calves calved after January 1st of 2023. In the ring now, we have entry 5 from Deer Valley Farm, Fayetteville, Tennessee. You're looking at tag 3144. 3144. Average weight on these bulls is 1,300. 1,300 is the average weight on this set of bulls. Next bull to come in, tag 3103. Tag 3103. Average EPDs for this set of bulls, CED is 10, birth weight 0.8, weaning weight 83, yearling weight of 143. Average milk EPD is 28. Average marbling of 0.98, ribeye 0.8, $M of 77, $B 176, average $C of 305. Next bull in is 31-110. 31-110. Next bull in, guys, substitution here. It did not make our catalog. His tag number is 3115. Tag number 3115. His CED is 13, birth weight 0.4, weaning weight of 88, yearling weight 153, marbling EPD 0.8, a ribeye of 1.05, a $M of 77, a $B of 184, and a $C of 316. Again, this is a substitute in the ring, tag 3115. Next bull in is tag 3149. 3149 is the bull in the ring. Next bull you'll see, tag 3168. 3168. Deer Valley Farm was established in 1988 and has been a mainstay in the registered seed stock business nearly 35 years. This year, they'll host a 17th annual focused on the future production sale. They're one of the nation's largest suppliers of registered Angus herd sires, sell over 400 bulls annually. They're fortunate and blessed to be a part of the Angus breed and believe the greatest contribution to the breed has been the impactful AI sires that have come from Deer Valley, and they've been fortunate enough to raise. They host 3 sales a year, as well as private treating opportunities year-round. They invite you to visit with them while they're here. Their sale will have an annual bull sale in March, annual Florida sale in October, and their annual production sale in November. Bull in the ring is 3109. 3109. Last bull is 3104. 3104 is the last bull here. Bull in the ring now will be a part of our National Angus Bull Sale held later this afternoon. Lot number 15. We're on class number 13A. It's a carload of 8 junior bull calves, calved after January 1st of 2023. This is entry 5 from Deer Valley Farm, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Average weight on this set of bulls is 1,300. The average scrotal circumference on these bulls is 36. Folks at Deer Valley will sure invite you to join them again, their annual production sales. We got an annual spring bull sale coming up in March. We're actually having a female sale in May, and they have an annual Florida bull sale in October, and the annual focused on the future production sale in November. Give these guys a minute to catch the bulls. The next entry that's going to be coming in here in a moment is going to be Express Ranch's entry 4. The average weight on this carload of bulls is 1399. Average weight on the bulls about to come in is 1399. They've got an average scrotal circumference of 35.5. Again, we'll take just a minute here, let these guys get cleared out. We'll be ready to go. All right, coming in the ring now. Again, this is entry 4, Express Ranches from Yukon, Oklahoma. Average weight is 1399. Average scrotal circumference of 35.5. The first bull that they're going to show you is tag 2. Tag 2 will be the first bull in the ring. Next bull coming to you will be tag 3. Tag 3. Average EPDs on this set of bulls. The CED is 9, birth weight of 0.6, weaning weight of 80, yearling weight of 140, milk EPD of 34, marbling of 1.3, ribeye of 0.8, average $M of 71, $B of 198, $C of 328. Next bull coming in is tag 4. Tag 4. Next in is tag 5. Tag 5 would be the bull in the ring. Express Ranches is owned by Mr. Bob Funk, and this is the 29th year that they've shown in the Angus Pen and Carload show. Express registers over 2,000 head annually and hosts 3 annual bull sales as well as private treaty options. The sale date's March 1st. They have a spring bull sale. March 16th will be their honor roll female sale. April the 26th will be the grass time sale. August the 16th and 17th will be the big event. And October the 7th, I have a fall bull sale. You can visit them on the World Wide Web at expressranches.com, and you can find them here in the barn, pin 7042, 7042. Next bull in is tag 9. Tag 9 is the bull in the ring. Next bull in will be tag 11. Tag 11 will be the bull in the ring. Next in is tag 12. Tag 12 will be the bull in the ring. Last bull in will be tag number 6. Tag 6 will be the bull in the ring. Again, we're on class 13A, carload of 8 junior bull calves, calved after January 1st of 2023. We've got entry number 4 from Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, here in the ring. Again, this is entry 4 from Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. Average weight is 1399. Average scrotal circumference of 35.5. Express Ranches is owned by Mr. Bob Funk, and this is the 29th year that they have shown in the Angus Pen and Carload show. Express registers over 2,000 head annually and hosts 3 annual bull sales, as well as private treaty options throughout the year. For the sale dates this coming year, March 1st will be the spring bull sale. March the 16th will be the honor roll sale. April 26th will be the grass time sale. August the 16th and 17th will be the big event. And October 7th will be their fall bull sale. You can find them on the internet at expressranches.com. You can find them back here in the barns at pin 7042. Right. That'll conclude the Class 13A carload of 8 junior bull calves calved after January 1st, 2023. We'll give these guys a moment, get set back here, and see if our judges have made some selections. Our tabulations in order here for Class 13A. We'll wait and get our exhibitors in the ring and announce our results. Class 13A, Carload of 8 Junior Bull calves, calved after January 1st, 2023. This will be a class. There'll be an automatic division. In first place and winning that division is entry 4 from Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. And our second place and reserve division champion to be entry 5, Deer Valley Farms, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Let's give our exhibitors here a round of applause. And take a moment here and let Express get reset. And we'll start this next class. Right, the next class here is 13B, Carload of 8 yearling bulls calved after January 1st of 2022. This is entry 6 from Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. First bull in the ring will be tag 8. Tag 8. He'll also be our lot 8 bull this afternoon in the National Angus Bull Sale. Next bull they'll bring in is tag 14. Tag 14, average weight on this set of bulls is 1690. Average weight of 1690 for this set of bulls, average scrotal circumference of 39.6. Next bull in the ring is tag 15. Tag 15. Next bull in is tag 16. Tag 16 to be the next bull to come in. Average EPDs on this set of bulls, a CED of 7. CED of 10. Birth weight of 0.4. Weaning weight 78. Yearling weight 139. Milk of 29. Average marbling of 1.25. Average ribeye EPD of 0.85. Average $M of 74. $B 203. Average $C of 337. Next bull coming in is tag 17. Tag 18 will be the next bull in. Tag number 18. This is entry 6 from Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. And we're looking at Class 13B, carload of 8 yearling bulls calved after January 1st of 2022. Express Ranches is owned by Mr. Bob Funk. This is the 29th year that the Express is shown in the Angus Pen and Carload show. Express registers over 2,000 head annually and hosts 3 annual bull sales as well as private treaty options. This year's sale dates: March the 1st, the spring bull sale. March the 16th is the honor roll sale. April 26th, the grass time sale. August the 16th and 17th is a big event. And October the 7th be a fall bull sale. You can find them online at expressranches.com, right here in the barn at pin 7042. 19 is the bull coming in. 19 is in the ring. Bull 20, tag 20 will be the next one in the ring. This is Class 13B, carload of 8 yearling bulls that calved after January 1st of 2022. And we've got entry 6 from Express Ranches here in the ring. Average weight on this set of bulls is 1690 with an average scrotal circumference of 39.6. Again, the folks at Express invite you to join them for their sale dates this year. March 1st, their spring bull sale. March the 16th, the honor roll sale. April 26th, the grass time sale. August the 16th and 17th, the big event. October the 7th, their fall bull sale. And they're found online at expressranches.com. You can find them here in the barn, pin 7042. And we'll remind you there that tag 8 in that pin will lead off our bull sale here this afternoon, the National Angus Bull Sale. Give these guys just a minute to get these bulls caught over here. The next in the ring is going to be entry 7. The average weight on that set of bulls is 1583. 1583 is the average weight on the Deer Valley bulls about to come in. The first bull to come in the ring is 2606. 2606 be the bull in the ring. Another sale feature today for the National Angus Bull Sale. Next bull in the ring, tag 2604. Tag 2604. Average EPDs for this set of bulls, CED of 9, birth weight of 1.1, weaning weight 81, yearling weight 146. Average milk EPD of 27, marbling 1.07, ribeye 0.81, average dollar M of 67, dollar B 193, and average dollar C of 318. Next in, tag 26177. 26177 is the bull in the ring. Next bull in, 2673. 2673 is the bull coming in the ring. 2650 is the bull in the ring. $2627 be the next one in. 2627. $2694. Tag 2694. Deer Valley Farm was established in 1988 and has been a mainstay in the registered seed stock business for nearly 35 years. This year, they'll host the 17th annual Focused on the Future production sale. Deer Valley is one of the nation's largest suppliers of registered Angus herd sires and sell over 400 bulls annually. They're blessed to be a part of a great Angus breed and believe that the greatest contribution of the breed has been the many impactful AI sires they've been fortunate enough to raise and infused in the genetic base of our breed. They host 3 sales a year as well as private treaty opportunities year round. They invite you to visit with them while they're here about how Deer Valley might impact your future. Sale for the upcoming year, they got a spring bull sale in March, the Florida sale in October, and the annual Focus on the Future production sale in November 2024. And we've added a female sale in May. Bull, isn't it? Should be bull 2723 in the ring. Big deal. This is class 13B. Check. This is class 13B. Carload of 8 yearling bulls calved after January 1st of 2022 and entry 7s in the ring from Deer Valley Farm, Fayetteville, Tennessee. The average weight is 1583. Average scrotal circumference of 38.9. Deer Valley invites you to join them for their annual sales this year, a spring bull sale in March. They'll have a female sale in May, their annual Florida bull sale in October, and their annual Focused on the Future production sale in November. And we'll remind everybody that tag 2606 in this set of bulls will be featured in the National Angus Bull Sale this afternoon. That'll conclude this class. We'll give our exhibitors a moment to get set up in here behind us, give our judges just a minute to sort through that, and get you some tabulations here shortly. While we wait on the results here, a good week that the Angus breed has had here in Oklahoma City, and still yet some excitement to be had. After the Penn and Carload show today, here we'll have an Angus University in the performance arena. That'll start at 11. At 11:45, make sure you're around here. The Angus luncheon. Everybody will be excited for that. At 12:30, we'll go to the Super Barn Sale Arena, the National Angus Bull Sale Preview. Well, that sale to start at 2 p.m. there at the Super Barn Sale Arena. And then at 3:45, we'll have a Herdsman Social and an Angus Foundation event in the Cattlemen's Bar. I know Jacqueline would love to have you come over there for that. And then we'll conclude our program tomorrow at 8 a.m., the Super ROV Angus Open Female Show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our results are in for Class 13B carload of 8 yearling bulls that calved after January 1st, 2022. And these results will also be automatic, division champion, and reserve. So our first place and division champion goes to entry number 6, Express Ranches from Yukon, Oklahoma. And our reserve in second place goes to entry 7, Deer Valley Farms of Fayetteville, Tennessee. Let's give our exhibitors a nice round of applause there. And we'll give them a minute to set up here, and we'll go right into our champion drive of the carload of 8 yearling bulls. All right, folks, we're going to get the bulls set. We're going to keep these bulls back here behind us. The judges are going to go check out the bulls, and we're getting ready for our champion drive, or this is the champion drive for the pen of 8 yearling bulls. So while they do that, I'll just talk a minute about our selection process, the ranking process. So each judge places the class or the final drive independently and turns their placings in. For each class, there are 2 judges and a designated referee, which is designated on a rotating basis. To establish a rotation to be used in the event that the other 2 judges are not in agreement on their placings, the referee's ranking is then used to establish an official placing. So if you turn with me to your attention there to the screen above, got some slides to demonstrate that ranking process. And so for demonstration only, we've got a fictional class 121A. We start by establishing a first place. So we look at Judge A. His highest ranking entry is 13. Judge B's highest ranking entry is 14. There is no consensus, so we refer to the referee judge for a final placing. The referee judge has 13 over 14, so 13 is first. Moving on to second place, Judge A's highest ranking entry is 12. Judge B's highest ranking entry is 14. Again, there is no consensus, so we move to the referee to establish an official placing. The referee judge has 12 over 14. Entry 12 is second. Third, Judge A has entry 14 as his highest ranking entry. Judge B also has 14 as the highest ranking. There is a consensus, so 14 is third, and there's no need to consult the referee's placing. If we move on to the final placing, we can see that judges A and B agree on the final entry. Again, no need to consult the referee placing. 15 is fourth. So we're in the process now of selecting our champion carload of 8 bulls for the 2024 Cattlemen's Congress in contention. Winning that first division is entry 4 from Express Ranches. Average weight of 1399, average scrotal of 35.5. Coming from the second division is entry number 6, also from Express Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Those bulls weighed 1690 with an average scrotal of 39.6. Take just a moment here, give our judges a chance to say a word, and we'll select our champions.
Just a superset, of carloads to sort through today. Most of you all know that I am far from knowledgeable when it comes to showing cattle, but I do know from helping just a few kids that getting a few ready is tough enough. Getting 2 carloads, and who knows if we've got pens coming too, is a feat. And then we get to see those out here and see the consistency and the quality all the way through in both divisions. We stand around the show ring and we say we need cattle either with the genetic predictions and numbers, or we need cattle that need to be sound and need to look the part. But when you can put 4 carloads in a show from 2 different exhibitors that do both as well as they have, that's something to be said.
it goes without saying, as has been said from a lot of these mics this week, that there's somebody here that is looking down from a different perspective. And I heard him on a podcast that Ron Hayes did a couple months ago, I believe. And Gerald said that he had never yet bred the perfect one and he was going to keep on trying and he knew that it would never happen. Well, I think that he would be looking down today and see that there's two loads out here that are getting really close. So good work to all the crews that are out here.
All right. Thank you, Matt. And now for our champion, Carload of 8 Bulls for the 2024 Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations go to entry number 6, Express Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Moving into contention now for our reserve will be entry 7 from Deer Valley Farm, Fayetteville, Tennessee. The average weight on that set of bulls is 1583, average scrotal circumference of 38.9. So again, we'll give our judges time to go back and select a reserve champion, carload of 8 bulls. While we do that, I'd like to take time and recognize our judges today. We have with us Mr. Brian McCullough, who comes from Viroqua, Wisconsin, with his wife and 3 children and 6 grandchildren. Brian's a graduate of Iowa State University with a BS in animal science and was the managing partner of Woodhill Farms since 1984. He built the Woodhill cow herd from the ground up starting in 84 and was the president of BIF in 2009, director of junior activities at the American Angus Association in 82 and 83, and also served on the Angus Board of Directors from 1996 until 2002. Brian's judged numerous shows, including the Bred and Owned show at the National Junior Angus Show in 1996 and in 2020, the North American and the National Western. We also have with us Mr. David Dalporto and his wife. They're registered and commercial Angus operation from Anselmo, Nebraska. They have 3 children, Lindsay, AJ, and Dawson. Dalporto has firsthand experience at every level in the evolution of performance information and how to apply it. He complements that knowledge with management background developed from his experiences. Throughout his career, David has served in many leadership capacities, including past president of the American Angus Association Board of Directors. We thank you, David, for joining us today. Last is Mr. Matt Perrier, who's part owner and general manager of his family's ranch, Dale Banks Angus, near Eureka, Kansas. He's been involved in ranching and livestock most of his life. Previous positions include being a regional manager and later director of commercial programs for the association, as well as director of retail and food service promotions with the Pennsylvania Beef Council. Matt's a past president of the Kansas Livestock Association and BIF. He currently serves on the Kansas Beef Council Executive Committee and has served on various local, state, and national boards in the livestock industry. He graduated from Kansas State University, and he joined us last year for the 2023 Penn Show, and we're certainly excited to have him back this year. Let's give our judges a nice round of applause here for being with us today. Again, I'll remind everybody of the activities, the balance of the day here at 11 o'clock, or as soon as we end this show, we'll have Angus University in the performance arena at 11:45. You want to be around in the performance arena. We'll serve an Angus lunch at 12:30. The National Angus Bull Sale preview will be over at the Super Barn Sale Arena, and at 2 o'clock. The National Angus Bull Sale will be held at the Super Barn Sale Arena. And then at 3:45, I know Jacqueline will invite you to come to the Angus Foundation event, Herdsman Social. That'll be at the Cattlemen's Bar again at 3:45. Would like to take just a moment to lead off our National Angus Bull Sale every year. We have graciously been blessed to have people who support our Angus Foundation. This year, the Angus Foundation heifer package was donated by Yon Family Farms, and we appreciate them for that. Yon Sarah, K1233. She's a justified out of that Discovery daughter. She'd be a maternal sister to Yon Top Cut and would be out of that famous Yon Sarah cow D668. She'll sell bred to Yon Tacoa. Again, that'll lead off our National Angus Bull Sale today. We want to take time and thank the Yon family for their gracious donation. And if anybody has questions about that foundation female, I'll be sure to direct you to Jacqueline for those questions. Let's take a minute, just give a nice thank you to the Yon family for their donation of the foundation female. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. We'll grab our exhibitors and let them head to the ring over here. We'll make our announcement. So the 2024 Carload of 8 Bulls Cattlemen's Congress Reserve Champion goes to entry number 4. Congratulations to Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. We'll give our exhibitors here a chance to get a picture with their champion and reserve champion Carload of Bulls. Again, both going to Express Ranches. And we'll get started back on our pin show just as soon as we get those pictures made. All right, folks, we're getting set here. We'll be moving on. We've already named some champions this morning. If you're just joining us, the champion pen of 3 heifers went to entry number 1 from Cunningham Ranch. The reserve pen of 3 went to entry 3 from Lynn's Heritage Angus. And we've just finished up taking pictures on our Carload show. Our champion went to entry 6 from Express Ranches, and reserve champion went to entry 4 from Express Ranches. So now we'll move into the bullpen show. We're going to start out with class 121A. We've got 3 entries in this class. If you haven't done so already, we've got some programs scattered about. You want to grab one of those, you can follow along with us in the program. I do want to add that we do have that educational event that will begin as soon as we're done here. And then lunch will be served at 11:45. I believe it's going to be served up there on that landing. So as we prepare for that, keep you guys up to date. So we're on class 121A, pen of 3 bulls. They were calved after February 1st of 2023. Our first entry is entry number 8 from Grassy Valley Farm, Greenville, Tennessee. Average weight on these bulls is 1110. First bull in the ring is tag 31. This bull will also be a feature in our National Angus bull sale later today. Next bull coming in be tag 3182. 3182. Average EPDs for this entry, a CED of 13, a birth weight of minus 0.4, weaning weight 75, yearling weight 130, average milk EPD of 33, marbling of 0.8, ribeye 0.76, average dollar M of 70, average dollar B 151, average dollar C of 266. The average scrotal circumference is 34.7. Next bull coming in will be tag 3141. 3141. Grassy Valley Farm was founded in the early 1950s as a small commercial cow-calf operation. The first registered Angus females were purchased in 1966. The farm grew literally one piece at a time, with each generation of the Duckworth family as the purebred Angus cows gradually replaced commercial females. Every new technology for evaluation was implemented over the years, beginning with AHIR all the way to today's genomic evaluation. Core values of producing functional, high-quality Angus seed stock with an acceptable balance of maternal, performance, and end product trait to meet the needs of commercial cattlemen, and they've never changed. The herd currently consists of 250 production Angus females, and they're represented by the 4th generation of the Duckworth family. Grassy Valley's annual production sale is held the first Saturday in April. This year's 31st annual production sale is Saturday, April the 6th, with plans to market 70 performance-tested Angus bulls and 70 Angus females. You can find them on the web at grassyvalleyangus.com. Again, we're on class 121A. This is entry 8, Grassy Valley Farm. Average weight, 1110. Average scrotal circumference of 34.7. Again, you'll note here, one of the bulls in this pen will be featured in our National Angus Bull Sale later today. Right, our next entry is entry number 9, Rosetta Farm from Moncton, Maryland. Average weight on this set of bulls is 1125. Average scrotal circumference of 32.3. First bull in the ring will be tag 30. Tag 30 is the first bull in the ring. Again, this is another feature bull for our National Angus Bull Sale later today. Next bull they'll bring in is tag L711. L711 is the next bull coming in. The average EPDs on this set of bulls, a CED of 11, birth weight minus 0.3, weaning weight 84, yearling weight 149, an average milk EPD of 34, marbling 1.85, ribeye 0.81, average dollar M of 64, dollar B of 224, dollar C of 354. Next bull coming in be tag L726. L726. This is entry 9 from Rosita Farm, Moncton, Maryland. Rosetta's breeding program has supported a farm to fork branded beef program, currently harvesting 3,000 head annually. Feeder cattle are purchased from bull customers and custom fed in local family farm feedlots. The cattle are harvested and distributed from their own packing plant located in Baltimore. Individual carcass data is collected on all cattle harvested. The farm store is located on the farm, gives them the opportunity to interact directly with consumers. Their genetics have to work for all segments of the beef industry, and they get regular feedback, which guide their genetic selection. Annual bull sale is on the 27th, annual female sale, November 21st. You can find them on the web, rosettafarm.com. You can find them in pen 7024. This is Class 121A, Entry 9, Rosetta Farm, Moncton, Maryland. Average weight is 1125. Average scrotal, 32.3. And as they leave, that tag 30 will be featured later today in the National Angus Bull Sale. We let these guys get the Bulls car over here. Our next entry is entry number 10. The average weight for this set of bulls was 1271. 1271 is the average weight for this pen. Tag 144L. 144L is the bull in the ring. Next bull they'll bring to you is 139L. 139L. C4 Land and Cattle is out of Perkins, Oklahoma. It's a family-owned registered Angus and Simmental operation. They run a large group of commercial and registered cows. They try to focus on producing the highest quality beef and seed stock that they can. They have a female sale the end of October, 1st of November. The bull sale is March 25th of 2024. They'll sell approximately 40 Angus bulls and 20 semi-influenced bulls. You can find them here in the barn 4F, 4707 through 4713. Next bull coming in is 143L. 143L. The average EPDs on these bulls: CED of 4, birth of 2.5, weaning 65, yearling weight 110, milk EPD of 23, marbling of minus 0.13, ribeye of 0.54, $M of 67, $B 87, $C of 181. This is Class 121A, pen of 3 bulls calved after February 1st of 2023. In the ring is entry 10, C4 Land and Cattle from Perkins, Oklahoma. Average weight is 1271. The average scrotal circumference is 37. They'll invite you to their bull sale on March 25th. They'll sell approximately 40 Angus and 20 Sim Angus bulls. and you can find them here in barn 4F, and their installs 4707 to 4713. Got our bulls set. We'll give our judges a moment to step back and take a look and make their decision. We're on class 121A, pin of 3 bulls calved after February 1st of 2023. If you're following along with the schedule today, we're obviously not done with our Carload show. So that Angus University will begin as soon as we get done here in the performance arena. There'll be a luncheon here in the performance arena at 11:45. I believe that will be up on the landing. Again, at 12:30, the National Angus Bull Sale preview will be at the Super Barn Sale Arena, with the sale to begin at 2 o'clock. At 3:45, we'll have a herdsman social and a foundation event at the Cattlemen's Bar. So we invite you to stay with us today and enjoy the Angus activities. We get our exhibitors to come back in the ring. We got some results in for Class 121A, Pen of 3 bulls that calved after February 1st, 2023. The winner of the class will be an automatic division winner, second place automatic reserve division. Winning the class and the division is entry number 8, Grassy Valley Farm, Greenville, Tennessee. In second place in reserve division, entry number 10, C4 Land and Cattle of Perkins, Oklahoma. And then our third place entry, Rosetta Farm, Moncton, Maryland. Let's give our winners, exhibitors, a big round of applause here in Class 121A, Pen of 3 bulls. Next in the ring will be class number 122A, Pen of 3 bulls. It calved after January the 1st, 2023. The first entry that'll be in is entry 13 from Oklahoma State University. And the average weight is 1427. 1427. Bull in the ring is tag 21. Tag 21 is the bull we have in the ring. Be another bull featured in the National Angus Bull Sale later today. Entry number 13, average weight 1427. Average scrotal circumference of 37.3. Next bull in the ring will be tag 3149. $31.49 is the bull coming in the ring. The average EPDs for this set of bulls, CED of 4, birth weight 2.9, weaning weight 82, yearling weight 150, average milk EPD of 32, marbling 1.42, ribeye of 0.8, average dollar M of 53, dollar B of 212, dollar C of 327. Tag 3146 will be the next bull in. 3146. This is entry 13 from Oklahoma State Purebred Center in Stillwater, Oklahoma. The purebred herd was started in the 1920s. Today is primarily Angus operation. They also have Herefords, Simmentals, and Brangus and run about 250 mature cows. The folks at Oklahoma State would love to have you on April the 7th, 2024 at 1 p.m. They'll sell 60 bulls and 30 females. You can find them online at beefcenter.okstate.edu. You You can find them here in the barn in pen 7026. This is Class 122A, pen of 3 bulls, calved after January 1st of 2023. Entry 13 from Oklahoma State Purebred Center in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Average weight of 1427. Average scrotal circumference of 37.3. Again, they'll invite you on April 7th to join them in Stillwater. 1 p.m., they'll sell 60 bulls and 30 females. Right, give these guys a minute to get those bulls set. Our next entry is going to be entry 12. If you're following along your program, the average weight on this set of bulls is 1425. 1425 is the average weight. Average scrotal circumference of 36.3. First bull in the ring is tag 1. Next bull coming in will be tag 7. Tag 7. This is entry 12 from Express Ranches in Yukon, Oklahoma. Tag 7's in the ring. The average EPDs, CED of 7, birth weight 1.8, weaning 79, yearling 145, average milk EPD of 26, marbling of 1.32, ribeye of 0.77, average $M of 64, $B of 198, and $C of 322. Next bull coming be tag 8. Tag 8. Express Ranches is owned by Mr. Bob Funk, and this is the 29th year that Express Ranches has shown the Angus Pen and Carload show. Express registers over 2,000 head annually and hosts 3 annual bull sales as well as private treaty options throughout the year. Sales schedule for this year: March 1, a spring bull sale. On March the 16th, they'll have the honor roll sale. April 26th to be the grass time sale. And August 16th and 17th, the big event. And October 7th, they'll have a fall bull sale. You can find them online at expressranches.com. You can find them here in the barn, pen 7042. This is Class 122A, pen of 3 bulls calved after January the 1st, 2023. Entry number 12 from Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. Average weight of 1425. Average scrotal circumference of 36.3. Again, that's sales schedule for this year at Express. March 1st to be the spring bull sale. March the 16th, honor roll sale. April the 26th to be the grass time sale. August 16th and 17th to be the big event. And October the 7th will be the fall bull sale. All right. Class 122A, entry 11 to be the next one in. Boyd Beef Cattle, Mayslick, Kentucky. First bull in the ring is tag 3018, 3018. Average weight is 1334. 1334. Average scrotal circumference of 35.7. The next bull they'll bring to you will be tag 3015, 3015. Average EPDs for these bulls: CED of 9, a birth weight 2.9, weaning weight 87, yearling weight 147, average milk EPD of 33, marbling 1.19, ribeye of 0.83, average $M of 93, $B of 192, average $C of 342. Next bull coming in is tag 3019, 3019. And this is entry 11 from Boyd Beef Cattle in Mayslick, Kentucky. Their operation is a 4-generation family-owned beef cattle operation, including Charlie, Paula, Logan, Blake and Grace Boyd, with deep roots in both agriculture and the beef cattle business. The Boyd family derives 100% of its living from the Angus cattle and the beef business. The Boyd program has produced numerous herd sires and AI stud bulls. Maternal productivity, added performance, and extra carcass merit is the Boyd program in a complete package. Annual bull sales coming up March 9th of 2024, and they'll have a female sale later in September. You can find them here in the barn, pin 7022. This is Class 122A, pin of 3 bulls, calved after January 1st, 2023. In the ring, we've got entry 11 from Boyd Beef Cattle, Mayslick, Kentucky. Their average weight is 1334, average scrotal circumference of 35.7. Again, the Boyd family will invite you to be with them on March 9th, where these bulls will headline their annual bull sale, and they have a female sale in September. Again, 122A, pin of 3 bulls, calved after January 1st of 2023. We have 3 entries in this class. We'll give a moment to get those bulls set, give our judges time to evaluate those, and get a ranking for this class and this division. In preparation here, we're just a few minutes away here from finishing up. As we finish up, those of you who are in the stands here for our educational event, just kind of what we're looking for when we get started. There'll be lunch this direction over here. And it says snack barn. We'll serve you lunch there. And we're asking that if you're staying for the educational event, if you'll sit up in the stands and leave this area open. So again, lunch will be served over here, this direction, in the snack barn area. And we'll ask as you grab lunch that you come sit in these blue chairs up in the stands, and we'll give you direction here just as soon as we get done with our show. Again, we'll mention the schedule for the rest of the day and tomorrow. Hang around, hang around here with us as soon as we get done with our Penn and Carload show, and we'll have our Angus University, and we'll feed you lunch. And then you can go across the street here to the Super Barn Sale Arena at 12:30. The National Angus Bull Sale preview will begin, and our National Angus Bull Sale will begin at 2 p.m. Later on this afternoon, Jacqueline invites you to the Herdsman Social at 3:45, an Angus Foundation event that'll be at the Cattlemen's Bar. And then we'll conclude our activities at the Cattlemen's Congress on Saturday, will be tomorrow, with the Super ROV Angus Open Female Show. And we're glad everybody's been here. And we'll give these judges just a moment. We'll get you a class and division winner, and then we'll come back in for a champion pen of 3 bulls. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. Class 122A Pin of 3 Bulls calved after January 1st, 2023. And this will also be a division. So your first will be a division winner, your second automatic reserve. The results are congratulations to entry number 11, Boyd Beef Cattle, Mayslick, Kentucky, first place and division winner. Our second place and reserve champion goes to entry number 12, Express Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. And in third place, entry 13, Oklahoma State Purebred Beef Cattle Center. We'll give our exhibitors here a big round of applause and our champions. And we'll take just a moment and get set for our champion lineup. While we get set up here, this final championship drive, I want to take a moment and introduce our judges and thank them for being here with us for the day. Mr. Brian McCullough comes to us from Viroqua, Wisconsin. His wife and 3 children and 6 grandchildren. Brian's a graduate of Iowa State University with a BS in animal science and was the managing partner of Woodhill Farms since 1984. Brian built the Woodhill cow herd from the ground up starting in 84 and was the president of BIF in 2009, director of junior activities at the Angus Association in 82 and 83. And he also served on the Angus Board of Directors from 96 to 2002. Brian's judged numerous shows, including the Red Known Show at the National Junior Angus Show in 1996 and 2020, the North American, and at the National Western. David Dalporto and his wife have a registered and commercial Angus operation in Anselmo, Nebraska. They have 3 children, Lindsay, AJ, and Dawson. Dalporto has firsthand experience at every level in the evolution of performance information and how to apply it. He complements that knowledge with management background developed from his experiences. Throughout his career, he served in many leadership capacities, including the past president of the American Angus Association Board of Directors. Thank you for being with us today, David. And finally, we have Mr. Matt Perrier, who is the part owner and general manager of his family's ranch, Dale Banks Angus, near Eureka, Kansas. He's been involved in ranching and livestock most of his life. His previous positions include being a regional manager and then later director of commercial programs for the Angus Association, as well as director of retail and food service promotions with the Pennsylvania Beef Council. Matt's a past president of the Kansas Livestock Association and BIF and serves on the Kansas Beef Council Executive Committee, and he served on various local, state, and national boards in the industry. Matt graduated from Kansas State University, and he joined us last year in the 2023 Pin Show, and we're glad to have him back this year. One more time, let's give these judges here in the ring a big round of applause for taking time to sort through the cattle today. All right, folks, in the ring now for contention for our champion Pin of 3 Bulls from that first division. We have entry number 8 from Grassy Valley Farms in Greenville, Tennessee. Average weight on those bulls was 1110 with an average scrotal circumference of 34.7. Also in contention, that last division, Boyd Beef Cattle, entry number 11. The bulls weigh 1334 with an average scrotal circumference of 35.7. Our judges are making their selection. Remind everyone here as we complete our pin and carload show that lunch will be served back in this corner toward the concession sign. It says Snack Barn. As you get your lunch, we ask that you'll come and sit in these blue chairs up on that higher level and leave this lower level open. All right, ladies and gentlemen, results are in. We'll wait here. We'll hear from our judges one last time before we select our champion pin of three bulls. Looks like Mr. David Dalporto is going to say a word.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. First of all, just thank you to the American Angus Association and Cattlemen's Congress for having the three of us here to judge the pin and carload show to the bulls and the females. It's been a good show today, not long on numbers, but real high on quality. I think it's something that's real valuable to this industry to be able to look at these cattle phenotypically and balance the EPDs that they offer to us and evaluate these cattle for what works for everybody in their own environments. And everybody's going to choose what they want to choose. So again, thanks for having us here, and we really appreciated it.
Thank you, David. All right, folks, and we'll crown our final champion of the day. The 2024 Cattlemen's Congress champion pin of three bulls goes to entry number 11, Boyd Beef Cattle, Mays Lick, Kentucky. Congratulations to the Boyd family. Now moving into contention for our reserve honors is entry number 12 from Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. The average weight on those bulls is 1425 with an average scrotal circumference of 36.3. We get these results in order here. Remind everyone that we're going to serve lunch over here. I'm told it is the south side of the arena, down there by the snack barn concession stand. That's where they're serving lunch. And then we'll ask, as you get lunch, come back and have a seat in these blue chairs on the upper level. Leave this bottom level open. And just as soon as we name these champions and get some pictures, we'll be ready to start Angus University. All right, ladies and gentlemen, results are in. Our reserve champion, Pen of Three Bulls for the 2024 Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations to entry 12, Express Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Give our exhibitors a big round of applause here as we finish up this show. We appreciate our judges and everyone being here. Again, remind everyone of the schedule. We'll have Angus University right here. You'll grab your lunch on the south side of the arena. Have a seat up here in the blue seats, and that will start shortly at 12:30 in the Super Barn Arena. We'll have those bulls on display for our National Angus Bull Sale. The sale to be started at 2 p.m. Then at 3:45, remind everybody the Herdsman Social and the Foundation event is going to be at the Cattlemen's Bar. We'll conclude our activities tomorrow, 8 o'clock, the Super ROV Angus Female Show.
Check.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you're finishing up, going through the lunch line and coming to find your seats, I want to go ahead and get our Angus University session started. I'm Sarah Coker with the American Angus Association, and I'm excited to welcome you to the Balancing the Consumer and the Cow session. And it's part of Angus Commercial Cattlemen's Day. So I hope if you're here for that, that you're enjoying your day and ready for even more this afternoon. Angus University was founded in 2020 with the goal of helping cattlemen and women be successful in their operation. With a variety of resources on many topics, we aim to be your industry-leading resource for education. You can visit the Angus University website at any time. That's angus.org/university to see more tools and resources. Today's session has two parts. We'll get started here with the first, a market insights presentation, and then the second part, our panel discussion, will be just following. As we head into the spring bull buying season, we thought it was important to provide a space for good conversation around this important breeding topic, balancing terminal and maternal traits in your herd. Throughout the panel discussion, part 2, we invite you to raise your hand or flag down myself or another member of association staff to ask your questions to the panel. We'll come around with a microphone and give you a chance to continue the conversation and engage. We're pleased to have Ron Hayes as our panel moderator today. He is in his 50th year as a farm and ranch broadcaster and ag journalist, and is currently the senior farm broadcaster for Radio Oklahoma Ag Network. We'll hear from Ron shortly as he guides the panel discussion. Following this session, we hope you'll head over to the Super Barn and enjoy the National Angus Bull Sale preview and then the sale. And we want to thank Certified Angus Beef for helping out with our lunch today. Speaking of Certified Angus Beef, please help me in welcoming Paul Dykstra. He is our Market Insights presenter, and he is the brand's Director of Supply Management and Analysis. Paul, thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you, Sarah, for the introduction, and as well for all of the coordination and planning for this session. I've been looking forward to this for a number of weeks. As well, I want to preface the fact that as we start here in this, what I think is a very important discussion about balance between the cow and the consumer, would also mention that I agreed to this assignment with regard to some market insights and updates about 3 months ago. And at that time, I was excited about the market and excited to share the trends that we were seeing. And in the ensuing weeks, we've certainly faced a few challenges here. For those of you that are pretty tuned in to the fed cattle market and, of course, feeder cattle, as well as futures, maybe you recognize that in the last couple of months, we have had some changes in direction and some challenges facing us. But with that aside, I think there are a lot of macro reasons and near-term reasons for us to be re-energized and excited about where we are with the cattle market. I think the meat and potatoes of this discussion today will be the panel. I've got some esteemed gentlemen here that will join me that I'm excited to hear from, and I think you will too. But to kind of set the table and set the stage, if you will, we'll jump through some of these market insights from a macro level just to kind of get us tuned in again to where we are on several fronts for the industry. And so with that, I think it's always real easy to start with the weather, right? That's just kind of a pretty obvious spot because this is really one of the key components of what drives our business, particularly as we're running cattle out on pasture and with regard to our feed resources. And it's really encouraging to see the most updated drought map there on the left. I think it's pretty easy to understand that those white areas show some definite moisture repair and some conditions that are much more conducive across much of the center part and western part of the country in the last 12 months, particularly as compared to December a year ago. At the same time and in the same breath, I think many of you will also put an asterisk next to that and say, yes, but in my neck of the woods, this, or in my neck of the woods, that. Yes, we've got some moisture today, but my feed resources aren't what they really could be, and that kind of thing. And I'm totally tuned into that concept. But in general, with regard to these larger trends and macro functions of our marketplace, we have some outlook here for grazing and probably some feed resources today that are sure better and improved over a year ago and much, much better than 2 years ago, depending on your zip code. But the major cow states, I think, generally improved. However, the current situation with our beef cow numbers in this country is reflective of more challenging years in the recent rearview mirror. Am I right? As well, when you look back to 2014, we see what some folks want to talk about as a 10-year cattle cycle and a price impact to our beef cow numbers. But I think many of you will also quickly agree that that's more of an historical fact and impact to our business than what we're looking at here in this particular chart. And of course, in the last 10, 12 years, absolutely the case that the weather has driven beef cow numbers, not simply the economics of supply and demand from a beef and a cattle cycle perspective. So the weather has driven us to where we are today. And these projections into 24 through 26 show that with these cow numbers projected to be down pretty significantly here in the January 30th report, projections are for that to continue to be the case in 2025 and finally in 26 to start to build the cow herd. But observations, I think, in the country today would suggest that that won't be a rapid and hand over fist improvement, even if moisture conditions are improved in many parts of the country due to some economic conditions, and the number one of those being interest rates. So moving along to a little bit of the seasonal changes we see, many of you have participated in this trend, which is bringing cull cows to town this fall, particularly those that are in those spring calving areas. And discussion just prior to this, our session here today with some folks really emphasized the fact that we have seen a larger open and cull cow rate in 2023 across many parts of the country than we certainly would expect to on an annual, normal annual basis. As a result here this fall, even though the cull cow rate has been 11% smaller than a year ago, the trend this fall has been for a resurgence in cull cows coming to town. And part of that, of course, is due to high prices. And we can all respond to those economic signals. And the good news is, when those of us that did have a cow to take to the auction, and perhaps she goes on to become hamburger, the price and the return on those cows has been very, very helpful to the bottom line. And as a result, any cow with a blemish, or perhaps she's outstayed her welcome, has had a ride to town a little bit more readily here in the last couple of years, as we've had 2 years in a row of 21% increases in that cull cow price. Then moving along to supply here, a little bit closer to home in terms of the fed cattle scenario and the world that I tend to live in week to week, which is certified Angus beef and this fed cattle market. We've seen similar impacts, of course, come through in these recent calf crops. And in 23, we just closed the books on a year that'll be down 3.2% for fed cattle weekly marketings. And that's a pretty significant change from the year prior, and a year that was a decline that will be followed by a couple more here in the near future. So the outlook in terms of fed cattle price and the leverage has certainly shifted from the packer to the feeding sector, right? And we've certainly experienced this here in 2023 as this market has responded. I want to jump quickly to carcass weights, and we'll come back to price momentarily. Another trend that I think is really impactful and has actually underpinned a bit of our beef supply, and certainly been a help to the certified Angus beef brand in terms of supplying our end user partners with product, is the increase in carcass weights. And for this particular discussion with regard to balancing the cow and the consumer, this item alone is hugely important, right? Because we have a scale with regard to the right size cow and the right size carcass that don't often agree, particularly today. We are now posting all-time record high fed steer carcass weights in the most current week's data at 941 pounds on average. And a friend pointed out to me earlier that the average doesn't account for the heaviest ones in terms of what our optics see. So what do the heaviest ones weigh? We've got some exceptionally heavy carcasses out there. Now that's good from a standpoint of beef supply. Certainly helps in terms of end product pricing as we have fewer total animals to slaughter weekly, but we do keep tonnage underpinned at least a bit based on carcass weight. However, from a cow perspective in a ranch function standpoint, we can argue against this necessarily always being a good thing, can't we? So there's where we've got to get back to some balance in our conversation. I think my panelists will have something to say about there here in a little bit. Jump back to fed steer price and that leverage. In 2023, the average for the year has been an increase of 21% or a little bit more in terms of the weekly fed steer price. In general, this has been a tremendous change of leverage shift from the packer to the feeding segment. But back out here in the fourth quarter of the year, you can see leverage shifted back just a bit more again to the packer, didn't it? A lot of this came through the Chicago Mercantile Exchange and some very significant downgrades in those futures months prices looking ahead. Not all fundamental. It certainly was not. A lot of that was driven on investors in those outside funds and the impacts they had on futures. Unfortunately, that does land back to us on the cash market, and we saw that happen again. Does that mean that's going to carry forward? I think the last few days would argue against it. I think we're back in a spot here. Yes, we've ratcheted much lower than anybody wanted to see. However, I think the trajectory ahead looks very positive based on demand and supply fundamentals. What's it going to look like, in terms of cost of gain moving forward and our ability to take advantage of that market? I'm not going to get into a feed cost conversation with the time we have, but I think you'd agree by this chart, which is your corn futures for March 24, the outlook's pretty good in terms of efficiently producing beef in the near future. Back to the ranch level then, I really like CattleFax's depiction of the summer video sale prices and the annual trend change there. I think everybody in the room would be excited to see what we've done here in 2023 with a 36% increase in those summer sales. Now, did that happen every week of the month in the fall of the year when the fall runs were going on? Certainly not. But this is a good bellwether for the trends, and I think obviously helped to pay some bills and pay down some debt for the past year. Then there's the final piece of the year, pretty strong all in all, that blue line being 23. Yes, a little bit lower towards the end of the year, but seasonally lower and expected with regard to the season of the year. Okay, I want to quickly get into the cutout side and the consumer side so that we can get on again to that meat and potatoes piece that I'm looking forward to. So let's get over here onto the carcass cutout side and kind of where we live at Certified Angus Beef in the part of the business that we're trying to drive for you folks in the Angus business. As we look at cutout values over the past few years, these bars don't look tremendously different, but from 2016 till this past year, we've seen a 43% increase in the wholesale cutout value, in this case for the choice cutout. I'd argue that that's a really significant difference to those folks that are end users and partners downstream. So I think that provides some headwinds with regard, I think, as you can imagine, in terms of demand. So what are we offering the consumer? How have we evolved in the beef business? Many of you are very in tune to these trends and have seen this stuff before. But for those maybe that don't live in these numbers every day, I want you to focus really hard on this particular slide going back to 2006 and these trends in the quality of carcasses that we as American beef producers are offering to the consumer. These are nationwide average numbers, and the Certified Angus Beef trend is in there as well. moving up from 5.9% of the total fed cattle supply in terms of end product to today, over 21% of all steer and heifer product qualifies for certified Angus beef. Just as importantly, look at that select trend line. We have removed the select grade as a significant portion of our beef cattle, our beef carcass market in the modern era. From a price perspective, even though those changes and shifts have occurred, and it's been a monumental 15, 17-year period in our business, we continue to add value in a price per pound that we can chase as a producer. And when I say chase it, I don't mean momentarily, I mean follow the trend in terms of what's building beef demand, and that's a high quality eating experience. The most basic bellwether of those, of course, being the choice select spread. This data would certainly suggest that in 23, the trend was strong and stronger than the previous 5-year period. Well, now as we compare the certified Angus beef brand to the choice line, which is 0 in this chart, to select, which is the red zone below, it's real easy to see that since 2008, even though we've continued to build supply, we continue also to build a price gap between these quality grades, as well with the certified Angus beef brand on top. Folks, that's a trend that we can get excited about in the Angus business. Now, from a feed yard perspective, we're talking about dollars per head, right? I don't care about the cutout as much. Show me the money on my closeout. And this is the trend that we're really excited about at Certified Angus Beef in terms of what the return is over the weekly cash average market. Folks, I can't break it down for you any more simplistically than this in terms of what has Certified Angus Beef done for the Angus breed. And really collectively, you could say for the entire beef business in terms of driving dollars back through the system. And when feed yards are looking at this trend over time, it's certainly easy to agree that that has been happening quite well. About to finish up, but I want to share what's most recently a trend that I'm pretty excited about, and we all are at CAB. And this is the fact that it's not just your middle meats, folks, that are driving value. You know, we just came through the holiday season through December, and what happens to those ribeyes and tenderloins? They're a forgotten memory. They're old news. The price was here, and the price comes down. And that's seeing in the weekly data as expected seasonally. Well, we've got a whole carcass to sell, okay? So the Certified Angus Beef brand, to brag just a little about what we're getting done with regard to the brand and those high-quality cattle, we're adding value to both ends of the carcasses as well. Not only adding a little, but increasingly adding value annually in the last handful of years. You can see that those chuck and round values continue to outpace choice and select as we move up with marbling. So those end meats are now more valuable and receiving a premium as compared to even as recently as 2018. I haven't said much about prime, have I? Some of you are sitting up here saying, I'm concerned about my prime percentage, not your CAB and choice. Hey, good for you. I want you to be there. I mean, that's the goal, isn't it, after all, and the most value that's brought to the table. But the fact of the matter is that most of us, if we're looking at the average, are only playing around with 9 to 12% prime on average for all of our cattle. For those of you that are hitting 50% and better, congratulations. I can see you're a goal-oriented individual in your cattle operation, and rightly so. And here's why. The prime premium is represented here in the blue bars. Now, it's not a straight linear over time, is it? It was impacted through COVID. It was impacted through supply issues in 2020 and 21. But the red line is your carcass production volume coupled with that price. What have we done since 2009? We have increased the prime product more than 3-4 times in terms of volume on an annual basis through this period. We have collectively as a beef producing public engaged in that goal of prime, and you breeders sitting up here that have included some of these better genetics for that purpose, you've been successful in driving this across the country. It's worth doing when the supply grows and the premiums grow right along with it. Finally, as we move on to the next segment, Ron, get ready. I want to give you my most complicated and favorite slide of the day. I don't expect you to memorize what this is, but let me describe it for you. And that is, this is almost 2 million head of carcasses that were Angus type, or more simply stated, black-hided certified Angus beef eligible carcasses in 2002 from or 22, excuse me, from a multitude of our licensed packers. Okay, marbling score distribution for each of those carcasses, almost 2 million. So you can see the red arrow in the center is important. That's the line moving left to right where we switch from low choice to premium choice. What do you see in the center? That's a pretty sharp bell-shaped curve, isn't it? And a lot of carcasses just left of center. Well, today, left of center is a difference of $25 to $30 a hundredweight. Okay? $45 with regard to certified Angus beef. What I should have said is low choice is 25 to 30. Moving up to certified Angus beef is we're moving up to 45. Okay? So there are 10% of these Angus type carcasses that are 30 marbling points away from moving into premium choice. So what's the point? We're here to talk about balancing the cow and the consumer. And my suggestion is we can easily balance the cow and the consumer demand, which is a profit-driven target for us, by just shoving some of these carcasses over into premium choice and into the certified Angus beef brand. A slight nudge does not require elite selection for carcass traits, specifically marbling, does it? It requires just a bit more focus and selection for cattle that are above average in order to get that done. Sarah, I have no idea what the time is, but I'm going to tell you it's time to switch horses, and we can move on to our panel discussion if you're ready.
Well, howdy, neighbors. Good afternoon to you. I'm Ron Hayes. I'm a senior farm broadcaster for the Radio Oklahoma Ag Network and Oklahoma Farm Report. If you're in the state of Oklahoma or one of our neighboring states, perhaps you've heard our reports down through the years or read our email. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you for just a few minutes to talk about the idea of trying to balance maternal versus terminal, or as we say, the cow versus the consumer, or the cow trying to be in harmony with the consumer. I've got three outstanding gentlemen. You've already heard from Paul. Paul, just a way of introducing him just a little bit more, is currently the Director of Supply Management and Analysis for Certified Angus Beef. He works regularly trying to build relationships with cattle feeders, commercial cow-calf producers, and registered breeders, pointing to ways to properly manage and market high-quality cattle. Before CAB, he was the feedlot manager for the U.S. Meat Animal Research Center, so he's got a world of experience in the cattle business for sure. Next to him, we've got Jesse Lucky. Jesse is from northwestern Oklahoma, general manager of the Snake Creek Cattle Company in Buffalo, Oklahoma, just right almost on the state line with Kansas. They have about 17,000 acres. The ranch has long been a diverse cow-calf operation using Angus genetics. Lucky was attendant. Jesse attended Kansas State University and had a great career off ranch for a few years, but went back in 2010 along with his wife Amanda and daughter Addison. Since that time, their focus has been to reinvest into the ranch, develop a sustainable succession strategy, and forge synergistic industry relationships, ensuring that Snake Creek can be around for generations to come. Great cow-calf operation. And finally, my friend Dr. Mark Johnson is here. You may have seen him in the ring here a little bit earlier with the OSU Pen of Bulls. and he's a professor of animal and food sciences at OSU in Stillwater. Been there since 1992. He has held the Tadashek Endowed Chair, served as supervisor of the OSU Purebred Beef Cattle Center, conducted youth and beef cattle extension programming, coached the livestock judging team, had a great run there for about 7 teams that won the American Royal, 4 national championship teams, and has judged cattle shows all across the United States. He also has his own cattle operation near Orlando, Oklahoma, just outside of Stillwater. He and his family operate J&J Beef Genetics LLC. So welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. And let's jump into this idea. One thing I wanted to kind of bring out, first of all, we are in a great time as far as being able to produce and give the consumer a great eating experience. I can remember talking to cattle producers and beef industry experts back in the 70s and 80s, early 90s. We were worried that a consumer would go to the grocery store and buy a steak or another piece of beef, and they'd have an awful experience. It was tough. It was bad. It turned them off. But yet we were able to make some changes. Certified Angus beef most certainly has done a part of that as well. But today we have the opportunity to give them a great eating experience almost every single time. And given that idea, how do we balance this juggling act of making sure we've got a great maternal cow that can produce that calf, raise that calf, give us a calf that can produce a lot of pounds and be very efficient along the way? How do we balance that end of it with the end of making sure the carcass characteristics are right that Paul was just talking about with CAB? Mark, why don't we start with you? How do we balance cow and the and the consumer?
Well, I believe it's always important that we do that, and how we go about it, it depends a great deal on our specific operation, where we are running cows. One of the unique things about this country is that we have a lot of different production environments. And beef production is unique from the other competing proteins in that sense, that we have hot, humid climates, cold, arid climates, and all things in between as far as soil types and annual rainfall and those type of production challenges, if you will, that we deal with as beef producers in the cow-calf sector. It's a great success story that we have made so much improvement in carcass quality and consistency really in the past 30 years, and particularly even more accelerated in the past 10 to 15 years. But I always share this. It's when we think of the ideal beef animal in North America, it's a balance, like a set of scales. On one side, you have the cow, the production factory that has to fit her production environment. She's got to be able to get enough nutritional resources within that production environment that she weans off a calf each 12 months. And then that other side of the scale is, are we meeting consumer demands in our product for what they want? It is of interest to me that as we are here this morning in a forum of a lot of purebred seed stock Angus breeders, that there are multiple sub-consumers along the way. That at my house, a consumer of our product, the cattle that we've bred and marketed in the past 10 years, has been our own children showing those heifers. That was an important consumer demand to meet, as well as your commercial bull buyer, and then their respective marketing endpoints. Someone that buys a bull from you, yes, we ultimately keep the consumer in mind out here of beef, the product, but there is the reality that they may sell weaned calves. They may retain ownership and sell those calves as yearlings, as likely as they are to retain them all the way through finishing. And so it's a balancing act. And then there's even a wider range of consumers that we've got to meet the demand of along the way. But I've probably spoken too long here. I guess my concluding thought to this first question is we cannot lose sight of a cow that fits and functions in her production environment.
Okay, let's morph over to Jesse. Jesse, you've got a lot of mama cows that you're trying to keep alive and healthy there on the high plains. What's the secrets?
So I guess I want to echo what he just said about having a cow that fits your environment, your production environment. But a lot of times I think what we do is we concentrate on EPDs and genetics and not highly heritable traits that as a management tool. And I don't think there's any substitution for good management for your cow herd. And an open cow is the most expensive animal you have on the place. And to shorten your calving windows, and shorten your calving windows, getting those cold cows out of your herd, it's a natural selection for those maternal traits. One thing from a genetic standpoint, we always look at is calving ease, and then the next thing right after that is we have to have a docile animal, and then after that, we're highly concentrated on carcass traits after that. So at the end of the day, we can't forget about the consumer and that eating experience. I think you look back to the 90s and previous to that was a difficult time for the beef industry, and we've come a long way since then. But at the end of the day, what we do, and we're an operation that retains ownership of 100% of our calves that come off of a ranch. So we get carcass data back on those animals, that report card that tells us what kind of job we're doing. We've always been of the mentality you can't starve a profit into your cow. And then we take that data and then we start making choices based on what we're seeing from that carcass data. At the same time, managing that cow herd appropriately. So I guess I'm very adamant about keeping that consumer in mind and letting those laws of supply and demand take care of themselves.
Paul, your thoughts on the consumer and trying to balance it with that mama cow.
Say it again, Ron.
Trying to balance that mama cow with that end product in mind that the consumer wants to enjoy.
Well, I think it's a fun time to be asking that question of ourselves, and the reason is this: we can select genetics today with the cow as a primary concern at the ranch level, and not have to necessarily sacrifice other traits. And that's what's fun about where we are, particularly with the Angus breed. I mean, we're in the envious position with Angus cattle that we can do so many things so well with that cow and that genetic package. So we can select for those convenience traits that I would call requirements at the ranch and still make certain that we're meeting some thresholds, whether it be for ribeye size, whether it be for marbling, but keeping everything in mind and keeping that balance there. So as I live day to day on the end of the business that's specific to the consumer and cut out value differences and fed cattle values. I see the rancher's opportunity to grab a hold and add value today greater than it's been at any time in the past, because the genetics that offer that balance are so widely available. Whereas at one time, perhaps sacrifices were more of a commonality in selecting genetics.
I know that one of the things we hear so many folks talk about within, when you start talking about considerations for the mama cow, for the beef cow, the size of the cow matters. That moderation, a moderate cow, a lot of times can be a lot more efficient for today's modern beef herd. What your thoughts, guys, about that?
That is an interesting one and a really neat question, because in this stage that we've been going through the last few years, as we hear about 16 and 1,700-pound finished weight pens of calves coming out of feed yards, it leads back to the question, well, how how big do the cows need to be to produce those? And I think the answer to that, it's the size of cows that we have on hand right now. We've made the cows big enough to generate the genetics to produce finished calves at 1,700 pounds. I do think at the phase we're at here at the onset of 2024, that it is a very appropriate time in that whole set of checks and balances in this industry to take inventory of our mature cow weights because of what I just said, and think about how we can go about improving efficiencies and maybe having a cow that at this mature weight, she weans off a little higher percentage of that mature weight, or particularly on a herd-wide basis, that we are seeing our cow herds wean off a higher percentage of pounds relative to their mature weight. And the nice thing is we have a lot of selection tools right now at our disposal that can be used to tweak some of these traits to pull us more in line with doing that. It's nice as well that a trait like marbling is related favorably genetically to a lot of these cow productivity traits. And so we don't have to necessarily pick one versus the other.
Jesse, along those lines, what's a cow look like on your place that is going to help you succeed and make a profit?
So on the cow size, and sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing, but on the cow size, the one thing that I go back to time and time again is can that cow go and can she have a calf and reproduce and get bred again the next year, year after year after year? And I think that's a telltale sign of having the right size cow for your environment. I think the biggest limitation on animal size that we're going to see is probably what the restrictions the packers are going to put on us on these heavyweight carcasses. So if we're getting penalized for heavyweight carcasses because we're sending 1,100 pound carcass to the packer consistently, I think that's going to be a problem. And so do those plants need retooled? From a commercial cow-calf producer, that's pretty much out of our control. Having said that, I think that I go back to the thing where we concentrate on highly heritable traits, and then the natural selection side of things plays the most important role in our cow size. But to say that, I would also say the average producer probably underestimates how big their cows really are. I think there's a lot of people that think they have 1,200 pound cows and they really have 1,350 or 1,400 pound cows.
Well, I think these two said most of it, but I just follow up with, I guess, what I advocate, Ron, and that is that the cow size should be driven by the rancher's decision in terms of what functions best for him, and recognizing that there's half of the cattle that are below average out there for growth and mature size. If a person chooses to run a cow that's moderate, the offspring of those cattle can still achieve some exceptionally heavy weights in the feed yard. And a lot of that's driven on feed yard management as well. So I don't think it's necessarily the cow-calf operator's responsibility in total to raise a calf that'll be 1,700 pounds live weight at finish. The feed yard's decision to take a calf to that weight is really their profit opportunity or their economic choice. And I think ranchers in general should probably lean more to the middle of the road if it suits their management system, rather than feeling a motivator that's driven by demand for cattle that are exceptional in size, because we've proven an ability to continue to push that envelope without singularly selecting for that.
Sarah, are you around? As far as did you want to try to, if we've got any questions out in the audience, we've got a roving microphone so you can ask those questions. If you'll just wave your hand and she'll come over to you. As we wait, one thing that I think we do have one one question real quickly here. Maybe not. One of the things I think we've had to learn as cattle producers over the years, and this is something I heard, it really was a revolutionary idea back when I heard it for the first time. I think it was early 80s. A feedlot legend in our part of the world, a guy named Lad Hitch, talked about being a beef producer, and he wasn't just a cattleman. And that's part of this whole idea of trying to balance, isn't it? I mean, when we start talking about not just paying attention to the cows, but also trying to pay attention to that housewife or that consumer having a good eating experience. How does that play, Jesse, into your I guess decision making strategic plan for your ranch, or does it?
So on beef production, I mean, it's one thing that we focus on is that added value, and that added value that we do in creating a sustainable product and a premium product. When we see those premiums coming back from the packer, that's a built-in hedge, inherently a built-in hedge for our operation. And we tend to look at the long-term game as far as what the consumer wants and what kind of beef we're producing, and the carcass data is a report card. And those premiums vary from year to year. There's more premiums built in some years than others, but at the same time, that's the built-in hedge for our operation. We recently put in a backgrounding yard and a heifer development facility. They're one and the same, but that was that risk mitigation, because we looked at the slide about the drought monitor. That was a way to maintain our cow herd and consistently keep our goals consistent going year to year without reducing our cow herd and building our cow herd up, and letting the weather and other variables dictate to us what we were going to do instead of us dictating what we were going to do. So that's one of the things that I think we need to play in more sectors of the beef industry to really understand what we need to be doing to serve the consumer.
Anybody want to follow up on that, Mark?
I think it's critical that we never lose sight of Lad Hitch's comment that we are beef producers. And, the beef industry in this country is a great success story because we have this sustainable resource of the forage we can grow that a beef cow can turn into a nutrient dense, highly digestible thing for humans to consume. The cows are the intermediary. And it's a great business. It's a fascinating business. It's as dynamic and complex a business as we think of the beef industry as any that exists. And yet it gets back to that fundamental thing. It wouldn't exist if people did not want to consume beef, the product.
Paul, one thing that I know that you're in your role, you're working with folks and trying to help them maximize their herd when it comes to CAB. Hit those targets, those 10 specifications that CAB is very famous for. And with keeping that in mind, for a producer, how do they do that successfully time and time again, but make sure that they keep that cow where she's a productive part of the ranch?
Well, I wish it were a more complicated equation. Maybe I could sell it, but it's too simple to sell it, and it's just a matter of disciplined selection. And again, it doesn't have to be a selection of elite genetics that will leave us wanting for something or sacrificing something. Just a matter of take care of the basics that are required for your ranch. Select sires that do the things you cannot sacrifice, and then look over at the marbling column and make sure that there's enough of that to keep us above average and moving in the right direction. Now, to be maybe a little less tongue in cheek, Ron, I would say maybe select a bullets in the top 25% of the breed. In terms of marbling, that makes a little more sense to me. But the point simply being that keep everything above a threshold that maybe you, if necessary, seek some help in setting those thresholds from others. But it's really a very simple equation as long as we remain disciplined in that way.
Got any questions from the audience? Any comments that you all would like to share today? It's been an interesting discussion we've had with our panelists today. I guess one last question to all three of you. What is the future? In other words, how do we do a better job of making sure we keep that consumer happy and making sure that as beef producers, not just cattle producers, we're able to do that? What's the game plan going forward to make sure that consumer stays willing to pay a premium for a quality product?
I'll take my opportunity with the mic first, Ron. First of all, I think we're doing a pretty good job of it as an industry today in terms of informing the consumer better than we have ever before. The opportunities are endless in that regard. We all know that consumer behavior does not lend to folks spending a lot of time learning about products. They want to have a brand name specifically that they can trust and believe in. So I think we're doing that okay at Certified Angus Beef, and really proud of my predecessors and colleagues for building that system. But I think more of a directive to the production sector is this. We've got a majority of folks out there, serious cattlemen, whether they be part-time or full-time, that are informed about the right things to do in many, many ways, including genetic selection, including consumer satisfaction through a higher quality product. But the fact of the matter is we have an awful lot of folks that are not tuned in the production sector to some of these messages. Maybe they're not driven financially to learn more. It's just not a priority in their life, and the cattle are a byproduct of land ownership, etc. So we've got to continue to educate those folks, and that seems like, such an overdone statement. We've got to educate. But I do believe that that's a big piece of making the whole of our U.S. production that much better.
One thing, and the strides we've made in the last 20 years has been amazing, number one. Number two, but the thing that I think is most important for us as an industry is to quit working in individual segments within the industry. We need to start communicating from the cow-calf sector to the stalker sector to the feeder, and getting that information translated across all sectors. I think we gain efficiencies by doing that. I think if we can get people to realize that end product is the number one goal instead of what that animal brings at the sale barn, I think that that changes the dynamics and unifies the goals of the beef industry.
I would agree with those points, and only add that, improving genetic potential and providing the management that facilitates a satisfying eating experience, and the things that we've accomplished through BQA, more producer certification, that has eliminated some of those negative experiences that people may have had once upon a time from an injection site blemish and things of that nature.
Very good, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. Mark, Jesse, Paul, appreciate your comments today. And I think bottom line, folks, is that we've got a great opportunity that we've been able to really develop over the years, because Angus is pretty unique in that with the Certified Angus Beef program that's been around for so many years, since 1978, that's kept in the back of the mind of most producers that, hey, we are producing beef. There are cattle producers out there that just take them to town and offload, load them off the truck, and they don't ever worry about those animals or what's happening to that product after that. CAB has changed that whole line of thinking, I think, for a lot of cattle producers, not just the purebred breeders, but folks like Jesse that are using Angus genetics. It's made a difference. And as a result, balancing the cow with that consumer is a little bit easier when you've got that end user in mind, and you've got a tangible way that you can see that. And I think that's one unique thing about this particular breed. So thank you for your time. We appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I think Sarah may have some final comments, so we'll let her take it, and she'll wrap it up. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Ron and panelists. And let's go ahead and just give them a round of applause for coming and joining us today. The rich discussion doesn't have to end here. I hope this has instigated your thinking about this topic some more, and whether it be conversations with folks in the crowd or as you get back home, we do invite you and anybody who may have missed the session today to join us on January 16th. At 7 p.m., we'll be airing a recording of this presentation and have an opportunity for additional question and answer. So if you think of a question between now and then, consider yourself invited and feel free to invite others. We do have the National Angus Bull Sale here this afternoon at 2. The preview is underway in the Super Barn. And lastly, I'll just say that, Paul was over here talking about education, and here you are taking a step in that direction. We do value your feedback on this session, and if you'll take a moment to scan one of these QR codes, there's a few here around the arena. We really appreciate your feedback. So thanks again for joining us today, and thanks again to our panelists and Ron.